attention to the pits. Remember, 11:20 drivers meeting. 11:20 drivers meeting. Check, check, check. Hello, how are you doing? Welcome to Exit 7 Motor Speedway. Sunday afternoon, nice, sun's out, beautiful day. Ready to get some kart racing action in? Good looking car count going on. See if we get an update here. I killed the vibes.
You what? You did.
Dang, she called. Ruthless out there. moment. Be heading down to the chute and be ready for hot laps. Heads up in the pits as well. We are doing a little different this week. We did shove the corner tires out about a cart width out in the corners. Attention in the pits if you're a driver. We shoved the corner tires out a cart width in the corners to try to widen the surface out a little bit. After hot laps, they will go back to where they were for the heat races and features. So I want to take a quick second while this gentleman turns some laps out here. We'd like to say shout out the Jacqueline Mays and EXP Racing, the Quad Doctor, Choice Automotive, Kelowna Shell, Stinky Tea, Stink Bait, Smith Farms, Jensen Racing Photography, Cruise Racing, Winter Property Management, Ray Rock, sorry about that, my mistake. Calvert, Maintenance Work, Rob Whiteout, Kart, Walt Lambot, Fire Protection Equipment. Want to say a big thank you to all those sponsors coming on and helping Exit 7 week in and week out. We appreciate it greatly. Alright. Next up, we should have our Predator 375 class. Predator 375 class rolling out here next, just momentarily. shoot. Gates open. 14's going to go ahead and set his ride down on the ground, and we'll get him out here for a hot lap session. Gorgeous when the sun's out. I love it. Warm sun, cool breeze. Great spring day to be out here at exit 7. Again, only 2 of these on hand here today. Still put on a great race the past 2 weeks here at exit 7. That's going to be the number 14 of Brad Slovak and the number C4 of the Caveman Cave Spiker. Let's get the cart there. There we go. Slovak rolling out onto the speedway. We'll let them get some hot laps in. Big man looking real solid through 1 and 2, rolling down the back straightaway into the 3 and 4. Nice clean line. Trying something a little different here at exit 7. This is for these drivers. Gonna try to do our best to give them a 2-lane track. Put some more on the tires on just a little bit. Start the day out. Alright, next time by the C4 Cave Spiker. You'll see the white flag. One more time around here, this Predator hot lap session. Coming up next, we're going to have those, looks like the clone 375 rolling out there on that session. After the clone 375, we'll have the Run What You Brony class. Couple of them on hand. Mr. Graham finally getting a little competition. Three of the clone 375 signed in today. We got the 88P of Parker Zoller, the 34 of Eric Flatt being wheeled tonight. Last week was driven by Clint Bartosh. This week it's up next, looks like we got the unrestricted box top. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them this week. Good to see the class grow. Hopefully we give them a nice track, keep them coming back, and keep them growing here at X7. Bit of trouble there for the number 44M. Get her facing the right direction, get her back underway. All right. Mike Morrow gonna run out there and take a look at Sophia's ride real quick there, see if he can get her back on and see if something might be broke. Seeing the hand gesture from the infield worker. It looks like tragedy will strike for the number 44. Dad's gonna back her into the infield. Hopefully they can get that fixed up, get her back out here for the heat race. We're going to get that 44 just a little more in the field. Accidents happen. We'd hate to see something happen and see somebody come into the 44 ride while it's sitting there. There we go, a little bit farther in. We're going to go ahead and get back to green flag here. Hot lap session for the unrestricted box stop. Number 7B out there leading the way, Aubrey Steele. 7B. Clean looking gray and blue ride. Just behind is going to be the 22 piece of Flying Monroe. Oh. I know. It's good to see the class grow though. Like I love seeing the cars out here. White flag away, this time by one more lap. All right, this week I feel like we went and asked them if they wanted to combine or stay separate. We will separate the 250 and the 500 Outlaw wing. All right, looks like we're going to have the 250, I believe, winged Outlaw. That's going to be Carson Cruz out there in the number 13, the 52 at Knox Peterson, and the number 25, Sky Peterson. respect the name. So then also the number 6D of Riley Dawson. If somebody wants to come up from the 22 pit crew, kind of say the last name so I don't butcher it later on, that'd be really nice. Come up and see Sandman here in the announcer stand.
Check one, check one.
Calling it the Jensen Racing Photography back straightaway all season, so we'll make them pick. Nice clean runs out of Sophia Marl in that 44 machine. White flag wave. One more time, Brown. As comes out of turn number 4, checker flag wave. That's going to wrap up her hot lap session. Watch out, Mike. I think she'd hit you.
You good with double fisting it today if we don't interfere? For some reason,
Okay.
I'm not getting audio at all. It's nothing you're doing. I think it's the double fisting.
I don't even gotta use it, bro. I'll just use this. I don't care.
Wait.
Okay. Yeah, you still have to use that one. You'll have to double fist it when you can.
Check.
How was that one?
You picking that up? It's picking it up now?
Oh. Yeah, that one cut out.
Alright.
It worked when we tested, but it stopped, and I just wasn't going to fight it anymore.
Yeah, good job. There you go, Logan. You're doing something. You did it, man.
Because he gives Dad a hard time.
Don't play with me.
Yeah, alright. There's a mute. All right, if you're tuning in on Dirt Kart Nation, this is Sandman Wrangle here. We're at exit 7 doing a little bit of track preparation here. Bear with us, and we'll be back under action here momentarily. Thank you for tuning in. we're going to go ahead while they fill the water truck up. We're going to do our opening ceremonies real quick.
Dirt Kart Nation.
Dirt Kart Nation on Facebook?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, if you could, please stand, remove your caps. We're going to say a quick prayer, and then we'll get into the national anthem. Dear Heavenly Father, we come to your prayer today, Lord. We thank you for this beautiful day here at Exit 7, Lord. We just thank you for all the racers, the fans, our safety crew, our track crew, Lord. We ask that you keep your protective hand over them throughout this day. Lord, we just ask that everyone has a safe trip home and a blessed week in the week ahead, and that they are able to come back and join us next week. In your name we pray, Lord. Amen. Please remain standing with your cap removed for the national anthem.
Yeah, once the cart gets fired up and rolling, we'll start her up. Hold on, we're going to put, we can't do America like that. We will get that right. Hold on, we'll pause real fast so we're redo this. We will get this right here. Driver having a little, track a little slick out there. Alright, we're going to restart from scratch, folks. Hope that doesn't offend anybody. So please remove your caps and rise if you did not already as we do our national anthem. Alright, how about that? Exit 7, beautiful Sunday. Welcome everybody over to my right on the hillside. Thanks for coming on out and enjoying some free entertainment on a Sunday morning, afternoon. We're going to do a little bit of water and prep here on the track, try to give these guys a great surface, and we'll be here momentarily with heat number 1. Back there in the pits, the running order will be the same for hot laps going into the heat races. So please be ready as we go forward. Thank you. You'll run third for heat races, so. Clone, Predator, run what you brung. Those are your first three for heat races. Be ready, gentlemen. Sorry about the switch up. We just had a request from the junior ones. They just didn't want to go out on quite such a fresh track. They want to let you, a little more power guys, work it in. 5 minutes is what I'm being told now. 5 minutes. practice. The 88P of Parker Zoller on the pole. Outside is going to be the 34 of Eric Platt. And starting that third spot is going to be the 89V of Chris Van Winkle. Caution centering. Nice clean lead going on. Parker Zoller holding it down. Chris Van Winkle, Eric Platt back there, dueling it out for that 2 spot. Very close battle going on. They're racing pretty hard. If they're racing hard for that number 2 spot, slowly gaining in on that gap on your leader.
This time by now, you're 2 and 3 racing for that position, as I said last time. Now about half a cart or so behind him. Here comes Eric Platt, 34. Oh, a little bit of love and touch and bumping onto the 88 down the front straightaway. No harm, no foul. Here we go into 1 and 2. Ooh, a little bit of a push from the 34. Out of 4 this time by. Oh, tragedy strikes for the 34. Gets a little bit sideways. As the 89V didn't have anywhere really to go, gave the 34 a little bit of a shot in the door. .34 just drove it down in there. Eric Platt a little hard into 1 and 2. Got her a little slideways. All right, drivers communicating there, going down the front straightaway. Platt making sure that Van Winkle is all right. Van Winkle gave him the hands up, saying he was okay back. We get them restacked and re-racked. We'll be back to green flag. There it is. It's waving. We're back underway. Exit 7. Another lap score complete. 88P, Parker Zoller. Still holding on to the top dog location, coming out of 4. Track starting to work in real nice now. These drivers able to drive it a little more into the corner. Oh, slides up, loses a little bit of momentum there. That's going to allow Van Winkle there to close in that gap. Checker flags, though, a little too late. That's going to end heat race number 1. Coming home in that number 3 spot, that's going to be the 34. That's going to be the number 34 of Eric Platt. Coming home in the number 2 spot is going to be the 89V of Chris Van Winkle. And picking up the top dog spot, as I said momentarily again, the 88P was Parker Zoller. All right, that's going to bring out your next class. That's going to be the Predator 375 class. Starting on the pole in heat race number 1 is going to be the number 14 of Braden Slovak. Outside of him is going to be the caveman, Mr. Caden Spiker, in the number C4. Slovak paying the patient game. Green flag's going to wave. He has till the orange cone to go. He's on the gas. He's going to take an early lead. Let's see what Caden does. Going to follow suit right behind him, coming out of turn number 2, playing the patient game. All right, coming out of turn number 4. Still the number 14 of Slovak out front. Caveman right hot on his coattails, waiting to see his opening. See if he can't die. Spiker picking up the last 2 wins here, the last 2 weekends. Looking to make it a three-peat. $14 being smooth on the wheel, hitting his marks, taking away that lower line from the C4 a little bit. Ooh, left it a little bit open coming out there. Can't do that 10 more times. I believe Caveman will capitalize. There it is. There's the inside line. He's going to go side by side out of turn this time by turn 2. Down the back straightaway, still side by side. Oh! Little bit of rubbing there going into the corner. Good hard racing there over realty. No foul. As they get back underway. Restack them, re-rack them, and go back to green. All right, back green flag waving. 14 still out front. C4, Caden Spiker. Searching around down the back straightaway. Looking for a little bit of bite. 5 laps to go that time by. Oh, tragedy strikes for the number 14 of Slovak. He loops her around all on his own that time, coming out of 4. He'll get her going the right direction and keep her green. No, yellow does come out. We'll get that gap closed back up between these 2 gentlemen and wrap up this heat race next time. All right, side by side down the front straightaway. Out of turn number 2, now down the back straightaway. There goes Caveman trying to get around the outside. See if he can make it stick down into turn number 1. Ooh, crossover from the C4, side by side coming out of 2. Tries to hold on to it. Gonna go into 3 that time. The leader come out of 4. White flag waves. 1 to go for these gentlemen. New leader that time by C4, Caden Spiker. Can he hold it? Yes, he does. Oh, tough luck there for the 14. He gets a little squirrely in the middle of turn number 2 there. He'll keep it going this time out of 4. He's going to pick up another heat win here at exit 7. That's the C4, a Caden Spiker. Picking up that number 2 spot. It's going to be Braden Slovak in the number 14. Whoops. Number 7 missing the exit there. Oh, there it is. They'll get him rolled off there. Another driver will roll out there and help him shove off. All right, next up we'll have the junior one rolling out there. Two of the junior ones signed in here today to do battles. Good to see. That's definitely one more than we've had the past couple weeks. Good to have. Signed in. We go on starting on the pole is going to be the number 19B of Bowen Zoller. Outside of the 19B is going to be the 33 of Katniss Kimmler. (19) in the lead, out early, kind of staying there. 33 just hanging out there. Katniss Kimmler in the number 33. Little loose coming out of 2 that time by. Cleans it up, heads down the back straightaway. Ooh. Bowen getting a little frisky coming out of turn 4 there. Kicked the rear end out. Going up a little high in the 102 there. No harm, no foul. He'll keep it clean as he rolls on down the back straightaway and into 3. Zoller marking another lap in the books that last time by. 33 hanging in there, about a straightaway difference between them. Zoller getting frisky coming out of 4 there again, cleaning up that high line for the next class. Another lap in the books for your race leader. Flagman looking like he's going to grab the white flag. It looks like it might be one more time around. This time by for your race leader, Mr. Bowen Zoller in the 19B. There it is. White flag also going to wave for the number 3. Oh, little bit there. Got it under control. There we go. No harm, no foul. Going to keep on going down into turn number 1. And back down out of turn number 4. This time by checker flag waves for the 19B, Mr. Bowen Zoller. Crossing in that number 2 spot's going to be the 33 of Katniss Kimmler. 33 of Katniss Kimmler picking up that number 2 spot. All right, up next, that's going to bring out your unrestricted box stocks. Or is that the? Oh, this is the restricted box stock. Yeah, just the one signed in here. That's the number I-70 of Ian McDormand. All right, green flag. He's going to fly solo this week. Heat race number 1 underway for him. I like to call them heat race hot lap sessions. Down the back straight a race. Smooth looking ride. Coming out of turn number 1. Leading it's going to be the number I-70, Ian.
number 1. That's going to be the number 10 of Mason Ruse. Outside of Mason is going to be the 44M of Miss Sophia Morrow. Row number 2 on the inside, that's going to be the 7B of Aubrey Steele. Outside of Aubrey is going to be the row. Row number 3 on the inside, that's going to be Miss Bateman, Charlotte Weimer, C7. Outside of Charlotte is number 5 of Ashley Slaughter. And rounding out last but certainly not least, that's the number 9, Hudson Segler. Green flag wave, we're underway. Sophia Morrow and the 44M out front, Bailey rolling. Number 10, there goes
Looks like tragedy's going to strike for Miss Pigpen there. Charlotte Weimer in the C7. Looks like she'll retire out of the heat race early here. All right. We'll go back to green flag racing here. Leader Sophia Morrow in the 44M. On the gas, behind in that number 2 spot momentarily, the 7B of Aubrey Steele. Gonna have some company on the coattails of that number 7 ride, the 22P of Wyatt Monroe. Sitting back in that number 3 spot. How about it for the number 9 of Hudson Seckler? Started dead last. Now he's up into that number 4 spot. Oh, the number 7 pushes way up. The number 22P of Wyatt Monroe going to capitalize, take over that number 2 spot. As the size says on the leader spot, closing in that gap on Sophia Morrow and then the 44M. Ooh, tough. The number 7 slides up again there. That's going to allow Seckler and the number 9 to move on into the number 3 spot. He'll slide back into number 4. Little bit of a bump there from the number 10. No harm, no foul. Goes on by. That'll move the number 7 back into that number 5 spot. Number 10 of Mason Ruse moves the end into that number 4. Back up front, still great race and action going on for the lead there between 22P of Wyatt Monroe and number 44 Emma Charlotte, Sophia Morrow. Sophia holding them off, real nice job, hitting her lines, keeping it on that low line. Slides up just a hair there. 22 can't quite capitalize. One more lap. They're door to door coming out of 4. This time by 1 to go. 22 uses the inside line on the momentum. That'll knock Sophia Morrow back in the number 2 spot. She'll try to hold that down for one more corner. Come home in that number 2 spot. Checker flag waves this time by. All right. Coming home and in that number 3 spot's going to be the number 9. He started dead last. It's the number 9 of Hudson Seckler. Number 2 spot held most of the race, all race long. Kind of bobbled just a little bit. One person got by her. She comes home in that number 2 spot. The 44M, Miss Sophia Morrow. And then taking home the win in the number 22P. It's going to be Wyatt Monroe, patiently waiting all race long. Seen his window, took the advantage, and it paid off. We'll work to work to get our next class out here. That'll be the 250 Winged Outlaw. As they work on getting Miss Pigpen off the track there, we'll also get the number 10 rolled off. .250 Winged Outlaw is going to line up like this on the pole. Is going to be the number 52 of Knox Peterson. Outside of Knox is the number 13. Been here the past few weeks, whooping up on his brother a time or two. That's the number 13 of Carson Cruz. And starting in that number 3 spot is going to be Sky Peterson in the number 25. Oh, it's good. I like it. Nice and racy today, folks. So they get ready to come out of 4. Green flag's away. Oh, Cruz got a little bit loose there on the gas. Might have burned the tires up a little bit. That's going to give the 52 the early lead. We'll see if he can hold them off. Knox in the 52 outside. There goes Carson in the 13 down on the inside. Caution is out. Caution flag will wave. Tough luck there for Sky in the 25, facing the wrong side of the traffic. She'll get it fired back up, hopefully rejoin the field. All right, we'll let the number 25 rejoin the tail there, and we'll go green flag, I'm sure, next time by. Caution light is out. Back to green flag. This time by, oh, Carson in the 13, spinning those rear tires a little on the start. That gave Knox the edge in the 52. Going to take over your race lead. Let's see if he can hold off Carson this time in the 13. Down the back straightaway. So far, so good. Sitting back in that number 3 spot. Sky Peterson. 52 still out front, not losing or not gaining any ground on Carson Cruz. Carson trying to hit that inside line, flies down by Knox on the inside, that time into 1. New leader this time by Carson Cruz, 13 machine up high coming out of turn number 4. 52 in that number 2 spot, Knox Peterson. Sky Peterson in the 25, still holding on to that number 3 spot. Another lap. Gonna be scored down for race leader Carson Cruz. As I said, Carson and his brother have been here the last few weeks racing each other. A few more laps on this track for the 13 than these other competitors. These guys, 52 and Knox, 25 Sky Peterson, looking real clean, hanging in there for their first week here at Exit 7. White flag waves one more time around. Oh, caution flag is out for the 25, Sky Peterson. Oh, no. Don't worry, Sky. I've been there myself. I spun my sport mount out under caution up at East Moline a few years ago. I know the pain. All right, we let Sky rejoin the tail again. Green flag waves for your front runners. 52 of Knox Peterson, 13 of Carson Cruz. Caution came out on a white flag, so it's a green-white checkered scenario. Green flag out, this time by, white flag next. Next time by will be the checkered flag. Carson Cruz all out front. Nice demanding lead. Heat race number 1, 250 Winged Outlaw. Knox Peterson there, that number 2 spot. Comes out of turn number 4 in that number 2 spot. Then in the 25, the Sky Peterson going to take home number 3. All right, Winged Outlaw 500's coming up. Said that totally dyslexia style there. 500 Winged Open Outlaw, my apologies. Starting on the pole is going to be the number 70 of William McDormand. Outside of Williams going to be the 187 of David Cruz. Row number 2 on the inside is going to be the number 21 of Preston. And starting outside of Preston in the 6D is going to be Riley Dawson. All right, lights out. We're getting ready to go. Green flag gets underway. Nice start there for the number 70 of William McDormand. Early race lead. Cruz there in the 187. Sitting back in that number 2 spot. 21 of Preston and out in that number 3 spot. In the 6D of Riley Dawson. Riley Dawson in that number 4 spot. Number 70 out to a nice lead momentarily. Moving up. Oh, no. Just got up into the number 2 spot. Then gets a little funny coming out of turn 3 and 4 there. The number 21. As we restack them and re-rack them. All right. Number 70 to set the pace down the back straightaway. Single file coming out of 4. Back on the gas this time by 500 Wing Outlaws. Down into number 1, number 70. Nice strong hold over that lead position there. Oh, little squirreliness there out of the number 6D. Riley Dawson moved up into that number 2 spot. Oh, no, the number 21 goes around again. He's going to keep it rolling this time by. No harm, no foul. Number 70, all your race leader this time by. In the number 70 machine, William McDormand, your race leader. Oh, now tragedy strikes for the number 187 of David Cruz. He gets her going around the wrong direction and turn number 3 there. As he gets going the right direction, he'll rejoin the tail. David Cruz, 187. Number 70 of William McDormand, still your race leader. Sitting back in that number 2 spot now, the 6D of Riley Dawson. Fell back earlier on in the race into the number 4 spot. Now moving up 2. Patience can be a virtue. Back on the gas for your race leader, William, in that number 70, looking real clean, coming out of turn 2. Riley in that number 6D, holding down that number 2 spot. Oh, tough luck. Oh, man. Number 21 of Preston trying to get extra traction. He's trying to throw one of those infield G60s on. He's trying to give it that sprint car stagger on the right there. The track crew works on getting the tires back in their spots there. The 21 going to go ahead and get a push in the infield. He'll retire for this heat race, I think. Tough luck. Hopefully Preston can get back out here for heat race number 2. Track just a little bit slicker. These guys, it's definitely less is a more kind of racetrack. 5 laps to go, I believe the flagman told. 3 laps to go. I just seen the hand gesture go up. Well, at least he didn't tell me I was number 1, folks. As we get these guys all in their running orders here, we'll get ready to go back to green flag. All right. They give it the gas, keeping it all clear. Clearing their throat, as I like to say. Trying to get the best start possible. They don't want any lag in the throttle. Back on the gas, number 70, William McDormand, still your race leader. Riley in the number 6D, holding down that number 2 spot. Let's see if David Cruz in the 187 can get around for that number 2 spot. He sits back at number 3. All pretty decently scattered out. Should be 1 to go this next time by. Flagman's got the stick in his hands. Yes, he does. White flag waves. 1 more to go. I tell you what, Riley closing the gap on that number 70, your race leader. Time's running out, though, for the 6D. Can he make something happen? Trying to go to the inside. No. Little bit of a bobble going down the back straightaway. Close call! Oh, number 70 holding it off by about a half a nose. How about the race for the finish, folks? Unofficially coming home in the number 3 spot's going to be the 187 of David Cruz. Coming home in the number 2 spot, by my eyes, going to be the number 6D of Riley Dawson. Picking up the win, I think, unofficially by about a half a nose is going to be the number 70, though, of William McDormand. 6D, though, Riley making it interesting. That last corner, getting a run on the inside. That was awesome right there. That was great racing by this class. That's probably my favorite class right now. Not to be biased in any way, but I really like this 500 wing. I hope I keep seeing this class grow. Yeah, we can do the juice box now real quick while he's got a nice dry track, so he ain't got a mud up track there. If you want to get your juice box out here, buddy, turn some laps. Go ahead and bring the juice box down the chute here. We'll get you on the track. He ain't listening. I told him, yeah. Attention the pits. If you got your juice box here, go ahead. Now's the time. Let's get the juice box down here. Track's not too wet. We'll let him get some laps in. Pretty. There he is. I see him rolling through the pits. Probably the most diehard here today, for sure. All right, there he is. As he's making his way down the chute.
Coolest thing they've ever created.
I love when they do that, all the barns and stuff. They got all a bunch of them to show up there.
Seeing Quincy, they have 7 or 8 every week for their cart program.
Josh is trying to get him to
All right, here he goes. He's going to come rolling out. This thing's quicker than what you people think. If you haven't seen the juice box scoop by, it's not like he's going to be blowing your minds. Turns some pretty quick laps. That thing is way faster than I thought it was going to be when I first seen it. Pretty cool. Out here just want to turn some laps and get it in like all the big kids. Gonna go ahead, let him get his 3-lap heat race and feature in. Also, be sure to stop by the concession stand if you haven't yet. Grab a snack, grab a burger. Also, just trying to myself here. We have brats this week. Really good tasting brats on the grill. Had one myself. They told me I had to eat it so that way I could push it to. And I was surprised. Yes, it was very delicious. Great brats on hand this week. Cheeseburgers, hamburgers, hot dogs. Grab a soda. There's some candy left. Oh, he drove down into the loose. He's warming the tires up. White flag this time by. Love he stares down Josh every time. Putting the intimidation factor on the flagman. Heads down the back straightaway one last time here. Nice clean ride. Nice smooth line out of the juice box machine. He's the only one, so we're going to call him the juice box king. Kind of stopped there for a second. He didn't want the fun to end. If he crosses the checkers, he's got to stop, folks.
He wasn't trying to let the party stop. Checker flag waves. Stop. He's like, who you telling? I tell you it's over. All right, Jensen going to go ahead and get his picture. Next up, we're going to do some track prep here. We're going to take a short break. As I said, relax on the hillside over to the right, have some fun. Kind of reminds me of the old bluegrass days. You'd look down and you see the hillside and people just relaxing on it. Miss them days for sure. So have a good time. Let the kids run around the hillside, enjoy themselves. Like I said, stop at the concession stand, say hi to Ginger, grab something to eat or drink real quick, and we'll be back with some heat race number 2s.
go for heat race number 2. We will run the same lineup for heat races. Same lineup for heat races. Just to be clear, that means that will be the clones, then followed by the clones will be the Predator. Should be getting down to the chute now, folks. Clones should be getting down to the chute now. Predators, you should be following behind them. As I said, we'll run the same orders for the heat races that we did heat race 1 and the heat races 2. Thank you all.
You hanging out with me, you saved your dad some money.
All right, as we start to see the clones trickle down to the chute, they'll get ready. We'll get heat races number 2s out to you folks shortly here.
Yeah. We had an expensive night.
Enjoying this beautiful day here at Exit 7. Nice sun is shining. Weather is great. Not too cold. All right, we see 2 of the 3 down there. There's the third. 88P at Parkerzola rolling down now. They get their rides down onto the ground. They'll get ready to fire up. Gate will open up. We'll get ready to bring heat race number 2, Clone 375 division at you folks. All right, 2 out of the 3 fired up. 88P of Parker it down in his ride and crack her and get her around. Fired up. There we go. All three are going. All right, gate's going to go ahead and open up. We're going to bring heat race number 2.
So we get ready to go. Chris Van Winkle on the gas, out of turn number 4. He will be your leader. Parker Zoller in the second spot. Eric Platt third. Down to the 3 this time by. Track looks good for these gentlemen this time. Not quite as slippery as the heat race number 1 for them. Oh, Van Winkle slides up a little there. Keeps it under control. Sails down the back straightaway. Get into turn number 3. Comes out of 4. Still your race leader that time by Chris Van Winkle. Platt in the 34. Having some troubles back there coming out of turn number 2. Let's see. Oh, can't quite get it. That's going to bring out the caution. Caution flag waves. Drivers are going to have to go to the inside coming out of 2 there. Everybody gets around them. So we get Eric Platt restacked and racked and rejoin the tail of the field here. '89V. Van Winkle, your race leader momentarily here. Going to go ahead and have Platt hold up here. We'll let these front runners here get around him. He'll follow in line there behind the number 88. All right, we're all back in order. We'll go around this time by. Next time by, we'll be back to green. Nice, calm pace out of your race leader, Van Winkle. Trying to play the cool, calm game here. Going to try to hit his marks and see if he can't pick off heat number 2. Faster pace coming out of 4. Here we go. He's on the loud pedal. Chris Van Winkle, still your race leader. Nice, clean start. Down into 1. Oh, Platt was pushing and leaning on the Parker Zoller in the 88P there a little bit. Lost a little ground as he got high coming out of 2. He's going to close that up this time going down the front straightaway. Only about a cart's width for that race for the number 2 spot. Out front, though, it's still all the 89V of Chris Van Winkle. Nice, clean ride. Driving it nice and hard. Able to rely on those tires coming out of turn 4. He's still your race leader. It's 3 laps left to go that time by. Oh, tragedy strikes for Platt there in the 34. He gets her turnaround. We're going to go ahead and stay green flag this time by. Oh. Zoller lost his tires a little bit coming out of 2 there. Lost ground over the leader. Van Winkle now demanding lead going down the back straightaway as the laps wind down. 1 to go for him this time by. Closing in on Platt for that lap traffic there. See if Platt can stay out front and not get lapped. It looks like he will as this time by coming out of turn number 4. Oh! Platt gets spun around there again. He's going to get it back underway here. Checker flag wave for the leader. I go ahead. We will score that complete. That will be scored complete. All right, that's going to bring you home. The number 3 spot is going to be the 34 of Eric Platt. Coming home in that number 2 spot is going to be the 88P of Parker Zoller. And picking up heat race number 2 in the Clone 375 division, the 89V of Chris Van Winkle. Next up, we have the Run What You Brung gentlemen rolling out here. Heat race number 2 should shake down like this on the pole. 32P of Ryan Whitmore. Outside of him is going to be the Matt Graham, Mr. Solo, the past couple weeks in the 57. And rounding out the tail is going to be the number 7 of A.M. Fisher. Drivers signaling they're okay to go next time by. We will be green flag next time around. Fisher trying to work in that way high line. I hope he don't try to run up there. Could get a little frisky in those crumbs. And they're on the loud pedal. Here we go. Graham slipped the tires, I think, a little on that start there. That's going to allow Whitmore to get the lead early. And the 32P down into 3, coming out of 4, swiped a little wide. Graham went lower. He closed in that gap for the race lead. We got a little bit of a race. Down the back straightaway, Ryan Whitmore, still your race leader in the 32P. Coming out of 4, holding off a hard charger, Matthew Graham. And that number 57. It's got to feel a little different there for the 57, not just having the solo lead. As I said, the past couple weeks, he's been all by his lonesome. Little bit of competition this week. He's sitting back in that number 2 spot now. A.M. Fisher still sitting back in that number 3 spot. Having a nice clean race himself. Trying to kind of work in that high line. Sweep down low coming out of 4. Still up front. Great racing action going on for the lead. Graham closing that gap. Trying to work on the inside. They're door to door out of 4. Here we go. Great race going on. Down into 1. Graham on the inside. Whitmore on the outside. Graham takes it over going down the back straightaway. Can he keep it together going into 3? Yeah, nice and smooth. That's going to shuffle Whitmore. Or Whitmire, I apologize, back in the 32P. Back in that number 2 spot. Whitmire searching, chasing, seeing if he can do anything. 1 to go. Wide flag out for these gentlemen. Matt Graham not trying to look back, taking the lead a few laps ago, trying to take it. Showing he's got what it takes, whether he's by himself or with competition here. Checker flag waves. All right, Fisher's going to come down into turn number 3. Nice clean line for him coming out of 4. Checker flag waves. Coming home in that number 3 spot, he just crossed it, the number 7, A.M. Fisher. In that number 2 spot, had it most of the race, but kind of gave it up a few laps in. That's the 32P of Ryan Whitmore. Picking it up here 3 weeks in a row. Heat race number 2, number 57. Give it up for Matt Graham.
All right. Looks like we're going to have our Predator 375s rolling out.
Predator 375s rolling out to the track. 2 of them signed on hand. This time around, not seeing, oh, there we go. This time around, heat race number 2, Caveman Caden Spiker and the C4 going to be down on the inside. We're going to invert them. That's going to put Mr. Slovak in the 14 out on the outside. Great race last time in heat 1. Let's see if the action can carry on into heat race number 2. Green flag waves for the Predator Motors here. Caveman out to a demanding lead in the C4. Not sure if something's not right there with Mr. Slovak. Kind of ill running there. Looks like a little bit of a black smoke coming out of his exhaust there when he put it by. I'm not sure if something's wrong. All right. Racing still happening here. Predator 375. Caveman, Caden Spiker in the C4 out to a very demanding lead as he's got about a half a track over the 14 of Slovak. Slovak's defense, it does not seem like his car is running quite right. He's just out there still trying to finish the race. Hopefully he can get that figured out, get it back out here for the feature, give Caden there a nice run for his money. There we go. Hey, look at that. It's alive, folks. 14 Slovak got some power under him. There we go. He's like, oh, feels much better now. It's like scratching that itch that's been bugging you for an hour. So C4 Spiker's pretty much got this wrapped up as he has a lap over the number 14. 14 still looking to get some laps in, get some C-type in for the feature. Running a real great race. Now that kart's running a lot better for him. Looking real solid out of there. Nice smooth lines. Also, same thing for your race leader. White flag for Mr. Caden Spiker in the C4 this time by. 1 to go. Real clean race out of that C4. C sails down the Jensen Racing photos. Back straightaway into 3 and out of 4. Gonna pick up another heat race win. Give it up for Mr. Caden Spiker. Coming home into that number 2 spot. The number 14 and Mr. Braden Slovak having a much better second half of the race after they got that kart running right for him. Good to see that happen, as I said. Coming up next, though, looks like we're going to have our Junior 1 division coming out here. Good to see a couple of them on hand here, 2 of those, doubling down from the last couple weeks here. As the 33's been running solo the past couple weeks, I'm sure, like I said, it's nice to have some competition. Heat race number 2 for these kids is going to shake down like this. Number 33 of Katniss Kimler is going to be down on the inside. And the 19B of Bowen Zoller is going to be on the outside. As they get stacked and racked in the 1 and 2 and head down the back straightaway, they're going to be green flag coming out of turn 4 this time by. Kimler, nice lead. Half a cart over Zoller. Going down into 1. 33, oh, gets a little loose. Little tail happy. 19B trying to capitalize. Can't quite make it happen. Settles back down behind the 33 there. Coming out of 4. 33 still holding it down. Sound as a pound. Kimler, your race leader. Opening it up there a little bit over that second place there. 19B trying to get that gap closed back up. See if he can't take this thing over. Plenty of laps still. Believe 8 laps is the distance. Yes, it is. This time by should be halfway. I think this should be lap number 4. No, lap number 3. All right. Down the Jensen photos, back straight away. Kimler still your race leader out of 4. Nice smooth line down low. Bowen trying that high side in the 19B, keeping the momentum up. Slides up a little bit there. No harm, no foul. Didn't lose anything there. Didn't gain anything. 33, Kimler still out front. Looking real solid. Nice clean lines out of that 33 kart heat race number 2. Seat time really paying off. Having that seat time the past couple weeks here. As I said, it's been solo dolo the past few weeks here. Nice clean line. Cleaned it a lot up this last race. Last half of this race, apologize. White flag out for your race leader. One more time for Kimler in the 33. Enters nice and clean into 3 out of 4 for the final time. Checker flag waves. Everybody get it up for the 33. Miss Katniss Kimmler. Great heat race win over the 19B. Coming home in that number 2 spot is going to be the 19B of Bowen Zoller. Really good last half of that race on the 19B. Cleaned up his lines a lot. Coming up next going to be that restricted box stock. Hopefully we can get a couple more of these in here in the future and give them some competition. All right. No surprise here. Starting on the pole is going to be the the I-70 of Ian McDormand. Starting outside of Ian is going to be, no surprise, the I-70 of Ian McDormand. He'll be racing himself. Here we go. Let's see what he's got for himself. Take some nice clean lines. There we go. Nice and smooth coming out of 4. Real good driving skills. Showing great wheeling capabilities here. Not sweeping it out or anything. Keeping it nice and tight coming out of turn number 2. Sails down the back straightaway into 3 and out of 4. Another real clean lap. Showing he really knows this kart, knows how to handle it, knows what he's doing. Hopefully, as I said, we can get some competition for him here. It'd be good to see this class grows too. Haven't had the restricted box stocks. We've ran the unrestricted the past few weeks. So it's good to see a different class here. Another lap scored complete. Ooh, slides up a little bit that time. Luckily, nobody there to overpower him on the inside. He'll have the race lead still this time by. Ian McDormand heads down the back straightaway. He is the solo race leader as he is the only one in the division. Looking really smooth. Another lap scored in the books for him. White flag getting grabbed. 1 to go next time by. Giving him his full 8 laps. He paid to pay, as I said earlier, like everybody else. Down into 1, slides up. Ooh, a little bit that time. Just experimenting a little bit. Why not? It's a good test section. Don't got to worry about passing you or nothing. Seeing what you can do. Seeing what the cart's got. Checker flag waves. Give it up for heat race number 2. Taken. The W is the I-70 of Mr. Ian McDormand. All right, rolling out is the unrestricted box stocks now. All right, this is going to shake down like this. On the pole is the number 9. That's going to be Hudson Seckler. Outside is going to be the number 5 of Slaughter. Row number 2 on the inside is going to be Miss Pigpen, Charlotte Weimer. Outside of her is going to be the 22P of Wyatt Monroe. Oh, and then that last row on the inside is going to be the number 7B of Aubrey Steele. And then starting on the outside last row is Miss Sophia Marlowe in the 44M. Sophia Marlowe. Oh, there she goes. Now she started last. She's going to make a move now. Moving over Slaughter in that number 5 kart. Now she's working on the number 7. She's making quick work of the field. She's moving, trying to work on that number 4 spot. Back up front, though. No surprise. 1-2. Going to go to Hudson and Charlotte. These two, a lot of laps here at exit 7. Been running them real hard past couple weeks. Going back and forth, throwing haymakers. Hudson's got it sewed up right now. Oh, he gets a little loose coming out of 2 there. That's going to let a little bit of a ground get gained by Charlotte there. Sitting back in that number 2 spot still. Pigpen trying to work that high side, keep momentum up there. That last time out of 3 and 4. Let's see what she does this time. Try to close the gap on your race leader of Mr. Hudson Seckler. Your race leader sails on down out of the turn number 4. Another lap in the books for him. Oh, a little bit of shaking going on there from Miss Charlotte Weimer in the C7. There we go. We're going to have, oh no, is the number 5 is slow there, gets going around the other way. I think that's what caused the number 22P there to throw it around to try not hitting nobody. Caution flag is what a couple of these drivers were really wanting. I know that's kind of what the 22P and the C7 we're kind of wanting to see, is that's going to close up your gap on that race leader, Hudson Seckler, in the number 9. Oh, number 9 slowed a little bit down there, 2 minutes. Huh. All right. As everybody's back in their starting spots here. Number 22 going to rejoin the tail. Don't expect him to stay in there. Zach Ride is one hot unit there. He's going to be making moves. Seckler playing the weight game. He's on the gas. He's got a nice clean ride. Here comes Sophia Morrow in the 44M. She's going to try to take that number 2 spot. She's got the C7 of Charlotte in her sights. Charlotte trying to keep that cart down low, take that line away from the 44M. Here we go, back there. There goes the number 2, the Hot Wheels 22P. Wyatt Monroe getting through that field. Now he's got his eyes set down that 44M cart. 1 to go, though. Time's running out. Not sure there's going to be enough time, though, but up in front of him, there's a great race. Oh, Sophia Morrow in the 44M going to take over that number 2 spot. Nice, clean race in between the 2 ladies out there. Pigpen trying to answer back, see if she can't regain that number 2 spot. Not quite going to happen. All right, unofficially coming home in that number 3 spot, unrestricted box stocks, is going to be the Miss Pigpen, number C7 of Charlotte Weimer. Over Brower and Charlotte there, the last couple laps to go there in the 44M. You see her pulling off there. That's going to be Miss Sophia Morrow. And picking up the win, heat race number 2. Oh, sorry about that, folks. I had a technical my mic stopped working there for a second. We're back in action, though, as we got .250 Winged Outlaw out here. Oh, Sky with a great start. In the 25 over Carson and Knox in the 52 and 13. Here comes Carson, though, overpowering on that outside. That's going to settle Sky in the 25 back into that number 2 spot. Carson now out to the lead. Looking to make quick work out of this heat race. 52 and Knox in that number 3 spot. Oh, Sky goes round in the 25. That'll bring out the cautions. We get her face in the right direction. We'll rejoin the tail. That's going to go ahead and move the 52 and Knox Peterson up in the number 2 spot right behind Carson Cruz, who is your current race leader. 250 Winged Outlaw out here. Oh, Sky with a great start. In the 25 over Carson and Knox in the 52 and 13. Here comes Carson, though, overpowering on that outside. That's going to settle Sky in the 25 back into that number 2 spot. Carson now out to the lead. Looking to make quick work out of this heat race. 52 and Knox in that number 3 spot. That'll bring out the cautions. We get her face in the right direction. We'll rejoin the tail. That's going to go ahead and move the 52 and Knox Peterson up in the number 2 spot right behind Carson Cruz, who is your current race leader. All right, she waits to rejoin. There we go. Boys are going to go around her. All right, everybody back in their spots. We'll get ready to go back to green flag waving here. So we get that number 10 card off. Carson, fast pace, back on the gas. Here we go. Heat race number 2 underway. 250 Winged Outlaw. Cruising the 13 out to a nice lead over Knox Peterson in the 52. Peterson trying to see if he can do anything to gain any ground on your race leader. Not quite able to. Carson showing that he's got quite a few laps here this season under his belt here. 13 ride even picking up a win over his brother in the 500 card as they were messing around week number 1. Brother had trouble down here in 3 and 4 and ended up Carson getting the win in that number 13 ride, showing he's really working on it here. Knox in the 52, still sitting back in that number 2 spot. Sky Peterson in the number 25, holding down that number 3 spot. Track looking really good, not rough at all, nice and smooth, no real big bobbles in it anywhere. These guys really able to rely on the throttle here at exit 7. Beautiful weather here on this Sunday for this race in action. Remember, if you're joining here on our free streaming here, Dirt Kart Nation, be sure to stop out here, Cologne, Illinois. Oh, you smell it. It's cooking. That tire's cooking there on that bad boy. Nice. You know they're getting it when they're smoking the right rears on these bad boys. Woo. There we go. They'll go. That could be. All right, there we go. Yeah, that might not be the tire. Yeah, you're right. I think that's coming out of the exhaust. It smells rubbery, though. Oh, the tire's rubbing on the, yeah. Hoping that it can stay up as he's got second place in the back for sure. Maybe even something for your leader. Coming out of turn 2, Carson Cruz, still your race leader in that 13. This time by holding it down. White flag, 1 to go. Down the Jensen Racing photos, back straight away into 3 one more time. 52, tried to give him run for his money, can't quite make it happen. As he takes home that number 2 spot. Coming home third is going to be the number 25. That's Sky Peterson. Wrapping up that number 2 spot is going to be Knox Peterson. Picking up heat race number 2. No surprise here. That card is on fire. That's the number 13 of Carson Cruz. Up next, that's going to bring out our 500 Winged Outlaw division. All right, there we go. We're going to get these carts all fired up. All right, nice to see 4 of these carts on hand here this week. Number 70, Heat Race 1 winner by about a half a nose over the 6D. 6D going to be your pole setter this time. That's going to be the Riley Dawson in the 6D. Outside of Riley is going to be the 21 of Preston Zerski. That's sitting row number 2 inside. That's going to be the 187 of David Cruz. And outside of the David Cruz is going to be the number 70 of William McDormand. Down into 160, out to a nice early lead. Ryan Dawson got a demanding lead over the field so far. David Cruz in the 187 holding down that number 2 spot. Preston in the 21 in the number 3 spot. Ooh, heat race number 1 winner is 70. McDormand having a little bit of a traction issue there, trying to close the gap in on the rest of the field. Can't quite make it happen. Track still really good condition for these guys, able to play the throttle game, taking on a little bit of rubber down low, making these guys search for that track. Oh, he keeps it going though. 70 takes it way up high down into turn 1. Does what he can, uses it to his advantage, tries to get all the momentum going down the back straightaway and into 3 and 4. Back up front still, Riley all up front. Riley Dawson in the 60, your race leader. Cruz still holding down that number 2 spot. Preston in the 21 and still sitting in that 3 spot. Trying to see if he can't close that gap up, and he's trying to take over that number 2 spot. He's only got about a kart and a half or 2 difference. Oh no, oh no! Cruz starts to go around, nowhere to go. The 21 gets into him just a little bit. We'll see if they can get him fired back up. All right, Cruz is fired in there. He's rolling under his own power. Hopefully nothing too hard there. Both drivers giving each other the signal saying they're all right. Cruz saying my bad. 21 saying no harm, no foul. Kind of part of racing. Preston just didn't have anywhere to go in that 21 kart. Hopefully it didn't do too much to Cruz's 187 there. Number 70 there, McDormand, sounding like it's running a little bit rough there as it went down the front straightaway. We'll let him rejoin the tail the next time by. We should be back to green flag wave. All right, there it is, back under green flag. Riley, really nice start out of the 6D. Preston in the 21, he's going to take over that number 2 spot. He's going to hold it down, nice clean low line. 70, kind of shoved up out of 4 there. That's going to allow Cruz to regain that number 3 spot. We'll see if he's going to stay there. Oh, 21 pitches it in a little bit early. Has to reset the car. That's going to give the 6D a nice another lead. Opens up that gap as they go down the back straightaway one final time. Coming out of turn number 4. The checker flag's going to wave for the 6D of Riley Dawson. All right, coming home in that number 4 spot's going to be Preston in the number 20 machine. And sitting in that number 3 spot, bringing it home is the 187 of David Cruz. Number 2 spot is going to go to the number... the 21 of Preston. That's right. Sorry about that. I had somebody try to talk to me there for a second. And then picking up heat race number 2. In the number 6D card, it was a close in heat race number 1, and then actually taking it in heat race number 2, the 6D of Riley Dawson. Great race in action in that division there. Really loving the 500 Winged Outlaw. All right. That's going to wrap up heat races here today at Exit 7. We're going to do a quick break here, work on the track a little bit, try to put some down for them, I believe. And that's going to have some time. Again, be sure to stop over to the concessions if you need anything. You're about out of... Dang, good problem to have. If you haven't grabbed something from the concessions, be sure to grab it if they still have it. She said they're about out of everything. That's good.
Wrangle,
What? What?
I got something I'd like to share with you.
Oh my God, I don't know if I want it.
You know, as a race car owner myself, one thing I hate more than anything is when I come to the racetrack and for some reason I walk away empty-handed. You agree?
Oh yeah, 100%. I've been there.
So today, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Today, and moving forward, we're going to give out a little tow money to each and every individual that comes through that gate. So you walk away with a little something back in your pocket. I feel like it's only the fair and the right thing to do, especially as a car owner myself. You know, little something back in your pocket at the end of the day never hurt nobody. So everybody that's here that is driving a cart, please make sure you stop by and see Miss Julie at the registration window before you leave and pick up that pay. So moving here on forward, we're going to be doing a tow something. So
Yep, that sounds awesome, man. That's great. Everybody, the big thank you to Jake. If you see him or Mr. Swan out there here today, give him a big thank you and a big shout out.
A big thank you to all our sponsors here that make everything happen at XS7.
That's great news. So officially here going on from this week forward at Exit 7, you will get a paycheck or a tow check is what we call it in the big racing world. So that's really awesome. Guaranteed money for the drivers, guys. Be sure to stop and get your tow check. Even if you did not win, you're still going home with something. Big thank you. And like I said, be sure if you see Jake or stop and say thank you. That's a big thing. Jake's got a big heart. He does a lot. He's just trying to grow this track and this racing scene back here at Exit 7. It took a hard hit last year, and it's a great facility to just let sit, and he's seen that. And him and, his partners said, no, we got to do something about this, and they got with him. And we're making magic happen here again at Exit 7. So a big round of applause and a big thank you to Jake and Swan and everybody that has anything to do with Exit 7. And so if you're out there, let's give a big round of applause real quick, folks. Yeah, there we go. Woohoo, I heard one.
All right, we're going to get some tunes on here a little bit. We're going to take a quick break. As you see, they're working on the racetrack. We'll be back with feature action here shortly. Thank you for choosing Exit 7 today, guys. then restricted box stock, then after that unrestricted box stocks, 250 outlaws, and we will close the evening out with 500 wing carts. Again, Junior 1, Predator, Clone, Run What You Brung, restricted box stock, unrestricted box stock, 250 outlaw winged, then we will round it out with 500. That is your feature lineup, ladies and gentlemen. When the time comes, we'll give you about a 5-minute warning and we'll get you down there. Thank you. be on deck. Predators, you're up next. Let's go. And then after that will be the clones. You're in the hole. Predators on deck. Clones are in the hole. All right, there we go. That's the pot calling the kettle black. Well, all right, for the junior ones, hey, junior ones down there in the chute, let them know we're going to do the parade lap right when they roll out. All right. Here we go, green flag wave, junior one.
$19B, Bowen Zoller out front in the feature time. Junior 133 of Kimmler. Katniss Kimmler in the 33 trying to chase down the 19B. Nice clean lines out of both of them. Low line where the rubber's laid down. That's why they're trying to get that right rear to stick. Nice clean out of your race leader coming down the back straightaway. Smooth sailing 4 into 3 out of turn number 4. He's got it all under control at the moment. Kimmler in the 33 getting a thumbs up from the pit crew. Likes what they're seeing. Looking just for a nice clean run out of the cart. Track a little tricky to work with. Like I said, that low side's real used up right now. They're searching around for the bite when they go into the corners. Even the race leader, you can see he's turning left and he's getting it and he's chasing the tail a little coming out. Nice and racy, the way we like it here at Exit 7. If you don't know, get here on Sundays. Free to watch over on the hillside, free to watch. All right, that time by. Another lap scored in the books on the lead for Mr. Bowen Zoller in the 19B. Kimmler still holding down a solid second spot there, not losing any ground on your leader. Having a lot of fun. Both drivers out there wheeling the heck out of it. Bowen able to keep a nice clean line out of 4 there. Like I said, gap hasn't really shrunk or gained in between the two carts. They're kind of contemporary where they are. 19B says, hey, I'm okay with that. I'm up front. Continued clean laps from both drivers. That time by very smooth for as tricky as the track is right now. Down the Jensen Racing photos back straight away. Smooth sailing into 3 and 4. White flag's going to wave for him. One more time around for your race leader. That's Bowen Zoller in the 19B. 33 of Kimmler actually kind of closed it up there a little bit on that last time by. Not quite enough, though. Checker flag waves. He's going to pick off the feature win today. That's going to be the number 19B of Bowen Zoller. As I said, coming home in that number 2 spot's going to be the 33 of Katniss Kimmler. Go down and get the feature sticker really quick. All right, here's these two dedicated drivers here all season long so far. That's the C4, Caden Spiker, starting on the pole. We call him the Caveman. Outside of him is going to be the number 14 of Braden Slovak. Looks like his choke is off this time. He should be good to go right off the gate. And on the gas, green flag waves. Here we go. Slovak with a nice response time on the start. Caveman was sleeping there a little bit, but it's all good. He's gaining in that track on him. Hot on the coattails of your leader. Lap number 1, who's it going to go to? Braden Slovak and the number 14 going to control lap number 1. Down into 1 that time by. Oh, Caveman got a little bit high. Getting real racy. See if Caden can get that C4 machine back up on the bumper race leader where it was before. He got a little loose. Cleaned it up that time. Nice line. Back up front, 14, having some good lines himself. Nice and low, coming out of 4. Clean line, smooth wheeling. Oh, race leader gets a little high. He's into the wall, coming out of 2. That's going to give Caveman the lead. He's going to take it over, coming out 2 that time by, holding it down. New race leader. C4, Caden Spiker. Oh, 14 gets a little bit high again there again. Didn't lose as much ground that time. He's going to try to regroup. Oh, he's pushing up out of 4 there. That one's a little drier. Hard to recover from there. He's going to open up that gap there a little bit more for the C4. He's going to retake over that lead. Looking for the three-peat here at exit 7. Looks like 14's fighting that cart just a little bit there. I'm sure he'll be working on a little bit of setup this week in the race shop. Back up front, though. C4 still holding it down. Really cleaned it up since he was kind of sleeping on that start. Now over the race lead, and he's definitely awake. Heats all Caden Spiker this time by. Oh, tragedy strikes for the number 14 as he goes around the wrong direction there at a 4. That not quite quick enough to get her keep. He tried to keep her going, but that brought out the caution. We'll go ahead and have Caden there get up in front of him, restack him, rack him, get this feature the rest of the way in the books. I did at one point. Not right at the present second. No, I don't. Braden Slovak, right? All right, there we go. Now we got him back in order there. We'll go back to green flag next time out of 4. All right, back under green flag that time by. This time by another lap score complete for your race leader, Caden Spiker in the C4. Wheeling it down into 1 there. Hot on the gas, coming down the back straightaway, nice and easy into turn number 3. As he comes out of 4, he's going to take another lap down. Slovak and the number 14 not going anywhere, staying about the same distance behind your race leader. Having much cleaner lines this time since that restart. Learning his lesson a little bit there. That high line coming out's not always so forgiving. All right, next time by for your race leader, we should see. There it is, twin sticks in his hands, 2 to go for your race leader, Caden Spiker. 2 to go for the 14 ride. Braden Slovak as well. White flag gonna wave one more time. Like I said, he's trying to keep it going the right direction. Pick up that three-peat this week. Might have to put a bounty on him, Dad. Oh, 14 goes around one more time. That's all right. He's going to keep it going. Checker flag going to go ahead and wave for your race winner. How about it? Give it up for the C4, the caveman, Caden Spiker. All right, coming home in that number 2 spot. He's a great sport. He's out here having a blast no matter what. That's going to be the number 14 of Braden Slovak. All right, that's going to bring out the Clone 375 class as Caveman pulls off their turn number 4. Starting on the pole for your Clone 375 feature is going to be the 88P of Parker Zoller. Outside of Parker in the 89V is going to be Chris Van Winkle. And rounding out the tail, last but certainly not least, that's going to be the number 34 of Eric Platt. Whoo, that hill gets me. All right. Single file as they go into the start zone. Should be green flag next time by for these gentlemen. Putting on a great race all the way up till this point. Heat 1 and Heat 2 full of action. Van Winkle picking up heat race number 2. He's looking to capitalize on the feature tonight. All right, there we go. Great start for the 88P of Zoller. He's going to hold down the lead. Oh, little bit of bumper rubbing there for the lead as they come out of 4. You're going to have Van Winkle. That's going to take over the lead. Oh, tragedy strikes for the 34 Plaid. He's going to get her going around the right way. Caution will wave. We'll let Platt get joined back up to the tail of the field there. Nice move there from Chris Van Winkle in the 89V to take the lead over the 88P of Parker Zoller there early. Looking to take that hardware home. All right, as they're in their order, they're on the gas. Little bit of bumper cars on the start. We're all clean. Here we go. Last completed lap. Zoller did have it in the 80. Oh, no. Now Van Wiegel goes around in 2. That'll bring out the caution. Now we'll let him rejoin the tail. I think he just got a little out there. Don't think there was any contact really made there. I said it's a real racy track right now. You're having to kind of search for that traction. It's not guaranteed going into that corner. All right, there we go. As Chris joins that tail of the feed there, 34. That'll move him up into that number 2 spot, Eric Platt. That's going to put your 88P of Parker Zoller in the lead. All right, little 1-2 bumper carts there as they go down into 3. Get ready to smash the gas. We're on the loud pedal one more time here. Clone 375. Down into 1. Zoller, your race lead. Van Winkle trying to move back up into that number 2 spot over Platt. As he had the lead once early, and then the caution came out. Went back to last completed lap. That put the Zoller back up front. Oh, Zoller's going to push. That's going to put Eric Platt up into the lead. He's there to capitalize. That shuffles the 80 AP all the way back to that 3rd spot. Now we got a great race going on for the lead there. Van Winkle and Platt. 1-2. Platt controls the pace, going down the back straightaway into 3. Here we go, coming out of 4. Can he hold it down? Van Winkle tries to go on that inside line. Can't quite make it happen. Oh, there it is. Now Platt shoves up. Van Winkle there to capitalize on it. That's how it works here in the kart business. 1 minute you're 3rd. Next thing you're on the top dog. Can he keep his nose clean and keep it going? He does. New leader that time by 89V of Chris Van Winkle. Now your race leader. Entering turn number 3. Tail coming out a little bit. Having to counter steer. Like I said, they're searching for that traction. Now down into 1. He's keeping it real clean. Turn 2's been the problem child for a lot of these drivers today. Trying to get that bite coming out of the corner. Ooh, Van Winkle slides up a little bit there. We'll see if he loses momentum. That'll let the 88B there get a little bit of ground gained on him there. Not by much. Still all 89V Van Winkle out front. Platt still sitting back there in that 3rd spot. Chris now in the 89V, just trying to play the patience game. Watching the laps down by. Flagman says 5 to go. Oh, Platt regoings the tail. That's a little bit of lap traffic. Let's see if that plays a role. That's going to close up the gap. No, Van Winkle says no problem. He gets around him. Still your race leader. Let's see how the 88P here. Zoller reacts. Oh, a little bit of shot from all 3 of their bumper carts as they come out of turn number 2. Everybody keeps her going. Lap traffic. No harm, no foul. He's just trying to hold his line. Oh, he gets up in the tires. Red flag, red flag, red flag. As the cart goes over, we're going to go ahead and make sure Eric Platt's all right. That was a rough ride as he got into the tires. There's Clint, driver of the cart last week, making sure his guy's all right. Safety crew, give us a minute here. Safety crew going to talk to the driver. I'm sure he's a little shaken up. Sure, he's not going to be happy. Nobody ever wants to go for a ride like that. We're just going to hope. Thumbs up, he is okay. Everybody, a round of applause, please, for Mr. Eric Platt and the 34. Just glad he had a neck brace and helmet and the proper safety equipment on. We're really happy to see that. And right there, ladies and gentlemen, if you're a driver and you don't have the proper equipment, you better get it. That's why. You never know how fast it could turn in a blink of an eye. As we work on getting that 34 off there, he'll be pretty sore there. We just hope he's going to be okay once he gets off the track. So we said that puts the 89V, Chris Van Winkle. He's your current race leader. Little tragedy for him early on in the feature. Put him back in that 3rd spot. Played patience. And now he's sitting there in that top dog spot looking to capitalize here week 2 for him at exit 7. That's going to have the 88P of Parker Zoller. He's still going to be in that number 2 spot in that black and green ride down there. So we get these carts fired back up there. There we go. Thumbs up by the other 2 drivers back on the track there. This said, that was a gnarly again. Again, we're just glad to see Eric's all right standing there. Carts on the track. Promoter Jake Smith down there talking to kart owner Clint. So we let these drivers finish out the race. Less than 5 laps to go, I believe. 4 laps. I was correct. Hey, I was right for once. Woo woo. All right, they're going to be coming out for here in the Clone 375. They're back on the gas. Chris Van Winkle trying to hold off Zoller in the 80AP. So far, so good. Should be 3 to go this time by. 3 laps left for Chris Van Winkle in the 89V. 88P trying to see if there's a window that he might be able to capitalize. Oh, on the throttle. Tried to close the gap in there just in case he sees something. He can try to make a move. Not quite yet. Follows back in behind. Little bit of bumping. No, here we go. Door to door into 2. Can they keep it clean? Oh! 89V slides up a little into the crumbs. White flag waves. One more time to go. Something I think's up with the 89V there. He's got his hand up in the air. Like it's not, maybe not quite running right. That 88P here, still your race leader. Oh, we got a little loose there coming out of 4. All right. Oh, tough luck there for the 89V of Van Winkle. Looks like he's going to retire. There was still technically like 1 lap to go there. Josh was just about to wave the checker. But I think that's going to go ahead and score that score complete there. That's going to go ahead and pick up the feature win here. It's going to be the number 80AP this week at exit 7. That's going to be Parker Zoller. Coming home in that number 2 spot's going to be the number 89V of Chris Van Winkle. Coming home in that number 3 spot. Tough luck for him today. Hopefully he can get it fixed up and be back here. That's going to be the number 34 of Eric Platt. Yeah, you want to run it down for me, buddy? All right. Up next, we're going to have the Run What You Brung division. So those guys are down there in the chute. Restricted box stock will get you out there for your 12 lap feature really quick. After restricted will be the unrestricted. So be sure you guys are down there on deck. All right. The Run What You Brung feature here going to go like this. 57 of Matt Graham on the pole. Outside of Matt's going to be the number 32P of Ryan Whitmore. And then rounding out your tail in that number 3 spot's going to be A.M. Fisher in that number 7 ride. There we go. I think we're going to go one more lap. One more lap around will be green flag next time by. Number 7's getting frisky up on that high side. All right. Josh Flagman waiting. Here we go. Back on the gas. Down into turn number 1. Graham with the race lead so far over that 13P of Ryan Whitmore. Whitmore staying hot on his coattails. Hopefully he can capitalize. Sure, Graham in the 57 just happy to have some friends to play with this week here at Exit 7. Really cool class here, the Run What You Brung. Number 7 of Fisher there, a number 3 spot. Right now, out front, though, it's all that red, white, and blue. Number 57, Matt Graham, that's your race leader. Haul and tail down the Jensen Racing Photos back straightaway into 3 and out of 4. Another lap clicked off for him. Number 2 spot, still that number 32P of Ryan Whitmore. A.M. Fisher there in that number 7, looking like he's having a little bit of trouble. All right, as we let Whitmire here get back up in his number 2 spot. There we go. Whitmire going to pull up on your race leader, Matt Graham there. Fisher's going to be right behind him. Back on the gas. Here we go. Run What You Brung. Feature time. Matt Graham, 57, holding it down so far since the green flags dropped. Whitmire in the 32P. Trying to close in that gap a little bit there. Something might be up with that number 2 spot. I don't think it's running quite right. He keeps kind of moving his right arm over the motor like he's trying to adjust something here. I'm not too sure. I think if number 7, a Fisher, can hold it down, he might be able to tick the laps away and get second place here. As Graham's gone with it. Fisher there in that number 7 getting a little readjusted there. That time coming out of 2 that last time. Coming out of 4, he settles in down the front straightaway and into 3. Oh, second place goes around for a ride. Whitmire does. That's going to move Fisher up into the number 2 spot. If he can just keep his tail behind and hold off, he might be able to hold it down. Right now, though, out front, it's all red, white, and blue 57 of Matt Graham. Another lap ticked away for your race leader. Fisher now holding down that number 2 spot, trying to keep it clean, coming out of the corners there, not trying to get too tail happy. Whitmire could be right there to capitalize on it as he's closed that gap in for that number 2 spot within a couple kart lengths. 5 laps left to go that time by. 4 laps remaining this time by. Great race. Oh, no, Fisher knew it. He went a little too high. The fist went up. He knew he gave it away right there. That's going to put Whitmire back in that number 2 spot. As your race leader, Matt Graham, he's actually closing in, looking to try to see if he can't knock a lap down. Don't know if there'll be enough laps left to make lap traffic out of it. Oh, Fisher been going up on that high line. Eases off of the gas. Oh, he drove it in a little spicy. Oh, caution flag's going to wave as he can't quite get it up into the infield there. As there was going to be 2 laps remaining that time by. 2 laps remaining. Tough luck there for A.M. Fisher in the number 7. Hopefully he doesn't let it discourage him too much, and we'll see him back out here next week. It was great to see the Run What You Brung class having a little bit of competition. Oh. Whitmire down there at the pit gate there, looking like he's needing the battery box. working to get the... Looks like Fisher's trying to... Fisher looks like he's trying to get his kart push start back up again. Whitmire trying to get his kart start backed up too. There he goes. I'm not too sure if Fisher's going to be able to get his fire back up. Oh, there we go. Oh, yep, there. He's roll. Yeah, there we go. They're both rolling back under their power. We'll get a full field going. Obviously, 57 is in a league of his own right now. He's going to be about a whole lap ahead of your 1 and 2. It's flagman Josh Lane telling him to go ahead and get up. There we go. Catch up to your race leader there. So that's going to be Graham at your top dog spot. Whitmire in your number 2 spot. Fisher holding down that number 3. Next time by, back to green flag. Should be 2 laps left to go. Graham, here you go. Back on the loud pedal. Track taking on a lot of rubber. Got to be careful just because he's got the faster kart right there. Like you said, he slipped up a little bit. White flag waves one more time around for Matt Graham in the 57 ride. Down the Jensen Racing photos, back straight away into 3 out of 4. Checker flag. That's going to be a 3-peat, but he actually had to work for it this week, folks. Had some competition.
So drivers, be sure to stop even if you didn't do that hot and grab your tow check or tow pay. I apologize.
All right. Up next, we got the solo runner in the I-70. That's going to be Ian. In the restricted box stock class. He's going to have a feature hot lap session here. Luckily for him, he's got it all sewed up. He'll get the hardware no matter what. Kind of a free trial for him here. Hopefully he uses it wisely. All right, Ian McDormand down the back straightaway. Nice, clean, smooth sailing. He's going to have 12 laps to mess around with. Nice test and tune. Get her dialed in. Hopefully get him back here, get some competition in for him here. Be great to see this class grow as well. Another smooth drive down the back straightaway for Ian there as he comes out of turn number 4. All smooth sailing for him. It's got to be kind of nice, not stressing who's going to be banging on your back door there, trying to take over the lead. Nice and easy down into 1. As I said, even him, he's, going into these corners. Those wheels are turning left pretty hard before the cart gets going sometimes down in 1 and 2 there. Got in 3 and 4, really worked out there. More of a little bit of a sweeping corner. 1 and 2, a little more of that pinched offness. Got to throw it a little bit harder into the corner to get that cart to come around. Another lap ticks away here for Ian. Nice looking ride there, beautifully wrapped. Kind of lost track of laps there. I want to say that was about lap number 5 there. There we go. A lot cleaner line out of them there. Out of 1 and 2. Down the back straightaway into 3 and 4 again. Said it. Another beautiful day here. Oh, well. Going to be 2 to go this time by. 2 to go this time by for your only race leader there, Mr. Ian McDormand. In the I-75. Or I-70, my bad. I don't know. White flag time. There it is. One more lap around for him for this feature. Smooth sailing one more time down the back straightaway into 3 out of 4. Checker flag waves. Give it up for the I-70 machine of Ian McDormand. All right, he's going to go down there. Going to get his victory lap. Get his picture taken with the Jensen Racing checkered flag. Any family members there want to go get their picture? Well, I guess no, never mind. We're bypassing that. We're going to go right into the unbox stock feature time. All right, here's the tail of the tape. It's going to be starting on the pole. It's going to be the number 9 of Hudson Seckler. Outside of Hudson is going to be the 44M, Sophia Morrow. Row number 2 on the inside is going to be the 22P of Wyatt Monroe. Outside of Wyatt, it's going to be the 7B of Aubrey Steele. Row number 3 on the inside, that's going to be the number C7, the pig pin herself, Miss Charlotte Weimer. Outside of Charlotte, it's going to be the number 5 of Ashley Slaughter. Rounding out the tail, last but certainly not least, that's going to be the number 10 of Mason Ruse. Seckler to set the pace. Morrow outside of him looking to have a good clean. Here we go. Seckler with a nice start. Morrow falls back in that number 2 spot. 22P Wyatt Monroe settles in that number 3 spot. He's got the number 7B of Aubrey Steele out on his coattails. Charlotte in the C7. She's going to go move into that number 5 spot. Now's got her eyes set on the number 4 spot. If she gets around 7B there. Coming out of 4, she does. Nah, she's not going to be finished yet. You know, she ain't going to be happy. She's got her eyes set on the 22P. 22P, Wyatt Monroe. Oh, 7 goes up number high. 7B goes a little high, keeps it going. Thank goodness he didn't get into the white tires, though. Checker flag, though, is going to go ahead and wave down there in the middle of 1 and 2 for the number 10 cart. Mason Roos, tough luck for Mason.
Right here. I gave one away already. I gave one to that restricted. Yep. Yep.
All right.
Oh, did you go hunt him down in the pits and get him his plaque? Oh, they got it.
All right, Seckler, that number 9 car, that clean-looking ride, setting out front. Sophia Morrow in the number 44 sitting in right behind him in that number 2 spot. Monroe third, Weimer fourth. Round out your top 5, the 7B. Back on the gas. Here he goes. Hudson down the straightaway into 1. Can he keep it clean? He does. Still holding down the number 2 spot. Sophia Morrow in the 44M. Into 3 out of 4 that time by another lap score complete for your race leader, Hudson Seckler. Morrow trying to see if she can do anything to close in that gap. Maybe pick off the lead herself. First week here for Morrow on the 44M. Looking pretty comfortable like she's been here all season. There we go. Charlotte Weimer moving up into that number 3 spot. See if she can hold it down. She does. Nice clean line. She's going to take that over Monroe for that number 3 spot. Next up, oh, Monroe gets a little high in the number 22P. Oh, number 10 got a little squirrely. Going to go ahead and retire it early there down into the infield, the number 10 cart. We appreciate that. Pulling off and safely getting off. That way this great racing action can keep happening here during this feature. It's your 1, 2, 3 kind of settled in here. Seckler with a nice, about a half a straightaway lead over Morrow in the 44. Watching as the laps take away, the race might be for the number 2 spot between Sophia Morrow and Charlotte Weimer in the C7. Not too sure. I'm wondering if something might be up with the 44M. I seen her hands going up a couple times there in the middle of the corners like something might be wrong. Seeing one more time around, though. Let's see if she can hold off Pigpen for that number 2 spot. There goes Charlotte Weimer down on the inside. Oh, a little bit of bumping. Oh, no harm, no foul there. The spun came after the bump going into 1. White flag was out. Morrow kept it going. White flag, there it is. One more time around for your race leader, Hudson Seckler. Checkered flag for him. Charlotte Weimer in the C7. Going to take home that number 2 spot. Monroe in the 22P. I think that's going to take the number 3. Sophia Morrow coming home in that number 5. And I think the 7B is going to go ahead and take home that top 5 spot. All right, it's Hudson Seckler going to pull down on the victory lane there on the front stretch. Going to get his picture with Jensen Photography. Be sure to hit up Nick Jensen on Facebook. Check all those photos here from today. Great action shots. He'll have them all uploaded later on here tonight or tomorrow, I believe. Get a hold of him. Private message if you want any personal photos done or anything like that. Oh, yeah, you can definitely go down. You sure? Oh, did he already give them one? He probably gave them that one. That one needs to go to, what ran right? All right, you hear got Carson Cruz in the 13 running with his brother and his dad in the 187. His brother had his card out here too as well. Not seeing brother here today. Wow, we get pictures taken real quick down there for Seckler in the victory lane with the family there. Your 250 Wing Outlaw, that's going to shake down like this. We'll go ahead and do it while the motors are all off. You'll be able to hear me. Starting on the pole, that's going to be the number 13 of Carson Cruz. Outside of Carson's going to be the number 52 of Knox Peterson. And then starting in that third spot's going to be the number 25 of Sky Peterson. Did he get his? That Ian?
I don't know.
That Ian should have got his.
Okay.
But he pulled off right away. He didn't go down to victory lane. So he needs his. They have one right now already down there because Jensen took it from him. So that one needs to just go to the restricted box stock kid. That's all that matters.
Okay. So there's still one down there.
Yeah, he got his right now. Seckler got his. He's good.
And there's still one up here.
And there's still one up.
Okay.
Oh wait, there's two in here. There's still two in here. My bad. I have 250 and I have 500 in here, so we're good. So yes, Ian can get that one. My bad. I apologize. No. No. Yeah, we're good. I got you. Yep, we good. We got it. Yeah, that one goes to Ian. All right, there goes Hudson as he pulls off. There we go. Now we'll get our 250 Winged Outlaws fired up. As I said again, your pole setter is going to be the 13 of Carson Cruz. Outside of him, the 52 of Knox Peterson. And rounding out the tail is going to be the number 25 of Sky Peterson. All right, parade this time by. If you're on the hillside, give these drivers a wave. As they head down in 1 and 2, head down the back straightaway into 3, and out of 4, they'll be on the loud pedal. Pace setter Carson Cruz looking to pick up a win here this week. On the gas, here we go. Carson Cruz, good start over Knox in the 52. Knox Peterson not going anywhere in that number 2 spot. Carson's going to be your race leader. Lap number 1 in the books that time by. Number 2 spot, Knox Peterson. Number 3 going to Sky Peterson. Lap number 2, another one owned to Carson Cruz. There we go. No stranger here. Really showing the experience. He's been putting the laps in here at exit 7. Doing a little bit of wheelie there for you folks, giving you a show down the back straightaway. It's always cool to see they do that. Everybody running real clean. Nobody getting too frisky on the outside so far. Everybody staying real good down on the bottom line. Oh, Knox gets a little bit high. No harm, no foul. He keeps it going. Sky's going to go ahead and try to close that gap after that little bit of a fumble from Knox. We'll see if it happens. Nothing too crazy, so still out front. Oh, Carson Cruz in that black and red 13 machine. Oh, Knox Peterson gets a little high. Oh, he's off the gas there. Not too sure something's wrong. Something might be up with that number. Caution's out. Not too sure what that. There we go. Carson Cruz getting back up in the top dog spot. He's worked hard to stay there all race long. Don't want to get shoved back in number 2 now. Back on the gas, 13. There we go. Your race leader, Carson Cruz, number 2 spot. Knox Peterson in that number 52 ride. 25, Sky Peterson hanging on there in that number 3 spot. Nice clean line out of your 1-2. Carson kind of staying where he is on that number 2 spot. Not really walking away from anybody. Peterson able to stay with him within a half of a straightaway or so. Five laps to go that time by. 5 laps left to go. 250 Winged Outlaw feature.
I appreciate you doing that, buddy. It really helps me out. I appreciate you doing that.
All right, lap taken away for the number 13. Another one down, should be white flag, or no, 2 to go. 2 to go this time by. Twin sticks in the air. Cruz pretty much got it sewed up. He'll see the white flag wave this time by. He knows that means he's only got one more rotation around here. Knox, man, he's been playing frisky with that high side coming up 4 every time so far. Might be cleaning it up a little bit for the 500s up next. There might be a little something coming out of the high side on lap 4. Back up front. Checker flag waves, and this time it is all Carson Cruz in the 13 ride, picking up that top dog spot. Coming home in that number 2 spot is going to be the 52 and Knox Peterson. And rounding out the tail, coming home in that 3rd spot, last but certainly not least, is the 25 of Sky Peterson. All right, and with that said and done, that's going to bring out the last feature of the evening today, and that's the 500 Winged Outlaw. Carson gets his victory lap in. He'll go down and get his picture taken with Jensen Racing Photos. Again, be sure to get on Facebook. Hit up Nick for all your racing photos here on Sundays from Exit 7. Awkward silence. Getting the cart position just right for the photo. All right, as he goes ahead and gets his photo taken down there in victory lane, we'll give another round of applause. How about it for the number 13 of Carson Cruz? Great young man there. Really great, good sportsman. Nice athlete. A trophy? Oh, what's your name, buddy? Ian. Oh, that's the restricted. What'd Jake do with this thing? One sec, buddy. We just had it for you. We'll find it.
Jake Smith. I need you up here at the announcer's stand immediately, please, with that plaque and the stickers, please. I have this gentleman down here who's looking for it. All right, there's the Wing 500 making their way out here.
Starting on the pole for the feature, that's going to be the 6D of Riley Dawson. Outside of Riley Dawson is going to be the number 70 of William McDormand. Row number 2 on the inside, that's going to be the 21 of Preston Seiske. And outside of Preston's going to be the 187 of David Cruz. That's going to be how it shakes down for your 500 Wing Outlaw Sprint Division. All right, wave to the drivers as they come this time by. Place your bets, put your quarters down. Who's going to take it? Couple fast-looking rides here. Number 70 there taking heat 1. Number 6D taking heat 2. Who will take the whole enchilada tonight? Take home the feature today at exit 7. On the gas, here we go. Right, ooh, yellow all right for David Cruz there in the 187. Hold on. We'll let the crowd catch up here. Tough luck for Dave Cruz in that 187 there. Back on the loud pedal, the 6D. Riley's going to be your race leader this time by. Preston in the 21 is holding it down so far in that number 2 spot. Heat race 1 winner, the number 70, William McDormand, holding the number 3 spot down. Sit back there in that number 4 spot. That's David Cruz in the 187. Tell you what, right now, though, 6D Riley Dawson putting a clinic on the field. He's got a nice half a straightaway lead over that number 2 spot, the 21 ride. Kind of searching around, seeing what it could do to close the gap up a little bit. These guys going 15 laps. 15 laps is the distance. Oh, tragedy strikes for the number 2 position, 21 ride of Preston.
Drivers, be sure to stop and get your toes checked. Like I said, every driver goes home with something in their pocket today. We get these drivers back in their spot. 21's going to go ahead and do this.
All right, 6D, still your race leader. Got out front early. All right. All right, here we go. 6D Riley still your race leader that time by 500 winged out. Oh, tragedy for the 21. All right, as the 21 went in and got that wall a little bit, track crew going to go over, make sure he's all right, make sure the other driver's all right. And the number 70 ride. As that was a good look. No matter if it's a kart or a real race kart, the wall never feels good. So we're just hoping that he's not rattled too bad and the driver is okay. As it looks like he's getting pushed. Looks like We got a thumbs up on the driver, obviously. Okay. Or at least communicating. Bueller. All right, there we go. Being told he's all right. So he's going to go ahead and retire that 21 car for the night. I would not imagine anything less. Tough luck. Big round of applause for the 21 of Preston. Oh, no. It looks like the 70's going to go ahead and call it a feature, too. We're going to have our two-way battle here going on for the top dog spot. David Cruz and the number 187 and the 6D of Riley Dawson. Back to green. Here we go. Oh, Riley Dawson a little bit tail happy on that start. David Cruz right there behind him. See if he can capitalize. A little bit bounced by both drivers coming out of 2 down the back straightaway. Now out of 4. Another lap in the books for your race leader, the 6D. Riley Dawson in that nice black, white, and purple ride coming out of turn number 4, trying to claim another lap. Will do so over David Cruz. Last remaining kart hanging on there in that 187, now taking over that number 2 spot. As the laps tick away, David Cruz seeing if he might be able to have something. If the 6D happens to slip up, there could be anything on this kind of track. Like I said, it's a lot rubbered up, and they're searching for that traction going into these corners. Riley Dawson in the 6D looking real clean, keeping the nose low, coming out of the corners. Looking to capitalize on the day, taking heat race number 2. Now looking to take the feature home today from Evan 7 today. David Cruz there, a little off the gas in the middle of the corner. Keeping it tight. Back on it, down the front straightaway. Sticks getting grabbed up by the flagman, Josh Lang. Twin sticks in the air. That's going to be 2 laps left to go. This time by race leader. Riley Dawson holding it down all race long. Haven't looked back ever since the start of the green flag. One more time around. Here we go. 6D down into 1. Keeps the nose clean. No funny play late this no funny play this late in the game. Not trying to mess it up. Coming out of 4, one final time is going to take it. The 6D of Riley Dawson. Coming home in that number 4 spot's going to be the number 21 of Preston. Number 3 spot's going to go to the number 70 of William McDormand. Number 2 spot's going to go to the number 187 of David Cruz. And then, as I said, picking up that top dog spot tonight in the number 6D is Riley Dawson.